Quite large group. We will see a lot of that, I think, during this weekend. The conditions are suitable for that, for quite large group racing, even if it is a bit rough there when they approach the first turn.
Part of the course, what little bit of wind there is does create a bit of side waves, so it's tricky. I see both the Swedish girls are up there, Stefan, so you'll be happy there, and I think it's Fink just at the back of that group.
Yes, absolutely. Ella Richter, who won the World Cup in Prague in June, and Tilde Nilsson. Two girls from the southern part of Sweden that also dominated somewhat at the Swedish Sprint National the recent week.
The second Hungarian seemed to get caught up in that clash, and she's right at the back, maybe second from back, so let's see, can she make her way back through the field?
And that would interrupt the race quite substantially. If a very good peddler has an accident to start with, she will bring others with her on her way back. Struggling with around the boys. It's not the proper tactics.
Belgian girl is capsized.
And that is Sarah Smits from Belgium, who had a swim. The first group around the boys. And this first lap, it's no portage, so they will do a full lap now on the long course and pass outside our window within 10 minutes or so, a little bit more than 10 minutes, and then off again for a second lap before the first portage. A nice little diamond is formed. A diamond is the top four, with one boat leading, one on each side right in the wash, and one on on the wash and diamond wash in the middle. I think you previously called it the smørhole.
Yeah, I think it means the butter hole.
Butter hole,
the butter
yeah.
hole. And then you have the...
Nice spot.
Yeah, in Ireland we call it the A wash, and English call it the V wash, and yeah.
Yeah.
But
most of the world they call it the diamond wash.
Hungarian leading, the Irish girl Ava is up in second place, which is great. I'm trying to see who is on the far side there, Stefan. Maybe you can make out number 2 there.
It is Ella Richter, Sweden. Start of the women's C1.
So much wash hanging. It's very difficult to wash hang in these boats. So,
especially when the conditions are a little bit rough. We will see wash hanging, I'm sure, in C1 men and C1 women for the senior category, a little bit more experience, but they tried their best already here, these girls. 24 is Anastasia Desychka from Ukraine. Ukraine with a lot of very, very strong C1 paddlers. 25 is her teammate Alina Moldanova, also Ukraine. 26 is Eva Sabanovic from Germany, who actually won the World Cup in Prague in June. And Spain, also a country with several very good C1 paddlers. Number 22, Anna Gorinsky, is on the outside there. And Hungary, Imola Batka. So all the top girls are there, among the 5 in the first group.
The diamond formation, of course, with the seaboat racing, they'll tend to sit one out from each other.
Yeah, and the conditions is a bit rough, actually. So it's difficult for them. It's no rudder in the seaboats. They need to steer with the paddles, and they are tremendously narrow, these boats. So it's an art to paddle them.
Absolutely. I don't know if you've tried it, Stefan, but many years ago I tried them, and it's crazy. I don't know how they do it.
No, it's difficult. And Sarah Anderson is with boat number 10, as you can see on the screen, is about 600 meters behind this top group. That's what this image and this graphics shows.
Like the first 3 are maybe coming away together. That's the 2 Ukrainians and the Hungarian, I think.
Yeah, it is Ukraine and Hungary. Double Ukraine and Hungary, as expected. And here, along the bank on the other side of the lake or river, here it's calm water, and you can see them trying to wash hang a little bit.
Far side is nice shelter from the wind.
Wonderful houses on that riverside. It's only 30 meters or so between the group 1 and group 2. Group 2 is led by Eva Sabanovic from Germany, who actually won in Prague.
Do 3 laps, just 2 portages, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
11.8 kilometers.
And they also do a no portage first lap.
Yeah.
I think that's the same for all races then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. To avoid too much clashes when the groups still are big. Not so applicable on these smaller categories, but for the seniors that's important to get fair racing. Wonderful images of great Silkeborg. Silkeborg that actually is one of the leading clubs in Denmark, and I would say one of the leading clubs in Europe for the moment regarding marathon paddling.
I think
development of youngsters into elite paddlers.
Absolutely. They seem to, at the moment, have just a conveyor belt of paddlers after paddler after paddler, and Silkeborg, particularly on the marathon side, seems to be the place to be. I think Maribor is the other big club in Denmark, and they have some great sprint guys. Not so many from the marathon at the moment, but these things kind of come and go.
Yeah, it actually does. But for the moment and for quite many years now, Silkeborg have had a leading position.
I think sometimes you just get one athlete who sort of inspires a sport, and I think Rene Holten Poulsen, although he's not a marathon paddler, I think he's inspired a generation of paddlers where, you know, being a canoeist is a cool thing to do for the kids, and it just develops that way.
Yeah, especially in relatively small cities or towns or villages, that is what happens. We have seen that all over Europe, all over the world actually. So Silkeborg is one of these clubs, and then of course we have several clubs in Hungary, Győr and Szeged and many others that produce, year after year, produce world-class athletes.
It is the big one, isn't it, in Hungary for marathon paddlers? Yeah.
With an attaché that we will see on Sunday.
I believe so,
well.
yeah. I remember Anata say the first time I'd seen her, I was finishing a K2 race, and I was at the back as always, and next thing I heard "Scusi," and I looked behind me, and it was Renata and her partner had caught up 5 minutes on us. And that was my first experience.
Mid-90s or something like that?
I think that was 99 or something, yeah. It was in Győr. Yeah.
She is still in it year after year. Yeah.
In the World Championships who won in K2.
Exactly.
I didn't see
First
him on
time.
the start line this year. I don't know whether he didn't make it or maybe he stepped up from junior and...
Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out over the weekend. But that was actually the first time the mother and the son competed in the same World Championships.
There's some Norwegians as well, years ago. The names escape me at the moment, but Ingeborg Rasmussen, I thought her son maybe competed also. Maybe I'm wrong.
Not at the same World Championships.
Okay, yes, of course, at the same one, yeah.
That's quite unusual. But here, back to this race again. It's the C1 top group with Ukraine, Hungary, Ukraine and Hungary. and the quite large group of K1 women juniors approaching their second lap.
Way here, if my counting is right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the German girl I think has dropped off, which I'm a little surprised at. Fink.
It's Hungary, and it's Sweden. Both the Swedish girls, Ella Richter and Tilde Nilsson, are there. And I think it's Denmark as well. Yeah. Where?
Arian has given up the lead since the start of the race. She seems happy just to pull and pull and pull.
Yeah. Sometimes that's an appropriate tactic because the water is a little bit more still there. And if you feel strong, it could be good. Greta Röser from Great Britain is in that top group, as we saw, together with Ella Richter.
Her yet. Portugal, also another country with great tradition of marathon racing.
Absolutely. Portugal that have developing quite amazingly over the last 50 years in this sport, coming from basically nothing during the 80s and 90s, and now one of the leading countries, producing many good athletes, but also events, organizing world championships, European championships, World Cups, and both in sprint and sprint racing and marathon racing.
Portugal every year. So
yes,
maybe it's written into the ICF rules that Portugal must have at least one event a year. So the coach for the Swedish girl then, Stefan, we see she's sitting the second wave out. Do they give some instruction to try and move up a group or move up a place in the group? I think it's difficult for the girls because they don't have the same power as the men, so it's more tricky for them to move around a bunch.
It is. Perfectly positioned there on the diamond wash was Ella Richter. And Hanna Andersen from Holstebro are there on the left-hand side on this image. And there we have them. Serafim, Röser, Nilsson, Richter, Driscoll, Andersen and Sommer, the top group. And Caldas from Portugal. Caldas, that is new to us, as many of these girls, as it is often in the junior category.
At the moment, maybe a Swedish girl on the left there struggling a little bit in the waves, but
she is searching a good position for herself. It's difficult to find that in such a big group, and with these quite rough conditions as well. It takes its toll to be outside the diamond, so to speak.
On open water like this, she'd be well used to paddling in these conditions, or?
I mean, Sweden is mostly lakes. It's not so much rivers, so most paddlers are quite used to a little bit of rough conditions, but not that much. But I think this is quite decent. I saw them on the Swedish Nationals 2 weeks ago. We had a full week of national championships, sprint racing. It was more or less the same conditions as here, around 14 centigrade, 15 and windy. And both Tilde and Ella did really well. So
The Swedish sprint team as well.
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I mean, I think
And
it's
that is good. Most of these youngsters should do both sprint and marathon.
maybe too much separation of
Yes.
the sport these
Yes.
days, and yeah.
Marathon is good for everyone, especially when you're young. It's not actually really possible to choose until you're 20 or so, or a little bit over 20, when you know what your body is suitable for. So, Röser in the lead, Serafine, Andersen. Nice to have a Danish girl up there in the top group. Ireland, Driscoll, Richter, Caldas, Nilsson. And then a little bit of a gap to Sommer and Fink. And Viviane Wigg is also approaching. She had some problems to start with in this accident when this Belgian girl fall in. But she is now approaching, and I think she's eager to try to catch Viviane Wigg from Hungary. Quite a big group still, and that means that the speed is not that high.
Lead now, it's difficult to see, but is it Ava who's gone up to the front? It's
And now the speed increases up to this turn, trying to prepare a little bit for the first portage coming up within 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers or so.
I'm mistaken, and
Greta Röser, yes.
Yes. The C1s, I think the Hungarian girl has dropped behind a little bit, but she seems to have held that position for the last lap.
Yeah, we often see that in the C1 racing. You can drop off a couple of boat lengths, but that's not a big problem. Yes.
Out of the washes, because it can turn you around, especially in these conditions. It's difficult to steer.
Anastasia Desitska from Ukraine is in the lead, and Anna Gorinsky from Spain. And Imola Batska. So it Anna Gorinsky from Spain on the second position for the moment. Spain with amazingly good C1 paddlers, especially in the men category over the years. Now also approaching the women. C1 category in a good way, as it seems.
Anna Brandt is in 4th place now. I'm not sure what's happened to. I think the Ukrainian girl, the other Ukrainian girl who was up at the start, seems to have dropped off the pace a little bit now. I don't know if she had some problems or she's back in 5th place now. Really good. She seems to have got a bit of a break and is pulling away from the other two. She looks really comfortable in the waves.
She has a lead of 50 meters or so now, Anastasia Desiska. We have seen her teammate in the senior women category, Ludmila Babak, doing exactly this many times the recent years. And talking about inspiration, of course, they are inspired by by their older teammate Babak, that is the leading girl in marathon racing, C1 category.
He's an incredible athlete. And who would have guessed we'd have such good competition in women's C1? Well, I think there were some who were skeptical, but it's proved to be a good choice to include it.
Yeah, it's developing well.
On the chase, Batka. She looks like she sensed a bit of danger and is trying to close this gap a little bit. The Ukrainian girl here likes quite a short stroke, where you'll see the Hungarian girl really takes a pause in the air and a long reach. And I guess in these conditions, the short stroke is probably more efficient. You can keep your balance that little bit better.
Yeah, it's here you can see how they steer with the paddle, putting it in and straight to the hull, and then twist it a little bit before it leaves the water for the next stroke. That's the way to steer these boats.
As I said earlier, it's counterintuitive what you would think is the easy way to turn around the boys. The two girls with their paddle on the left hand side can actually turn the boat by using a J stroke, where they twist the paddle at the end of the stroke and it pushes the tail of the boat out. Struggling a little bit to get the turn in there.
For many years it was only men that paddled this Canadian style. I don't know why. Seems a little bit peculiar with today's eyes, but now it's becoming more and more equal. The Sytska, 8 seconds before Batka, and then Gorinsky, Ukraine, Hungary and Spain. Zorinsky dropped off at 25 seconds. So it's spreading out, as we often see. As you said, it's difficult to wash hang. In C1s, it requires some years of experience to do that properly. So we often see, especially in these young categories, a race quite spread out. We often also see them lining up behind each other when the wind is strong, the headwind is strong, to get a little bit lee from the fellow competitor in front.
There's very little in it in the paddling speed of these two in the front. The Ukrainian girl Dziska and the Hungarian Batka. So I think it'll probably come down to who's a better runner on the portage, or at least who's better in and out of the boat. Because
we'll soon
there's
see.
a lot of seconds to be saved in that.
Yeah. This is Maja Lolike. From which club is she?
I think Valensbeck, if I'm not mistaken. So that's over in the Copenhagen area. So she's going well here.
She does. You can see how she's using her legs to get powerful strokes. And now it's time for the first portage for the K1s. Top group of 5 is approaching this portage. Top group of 5 is not a calm group. They are fighting for positions into the diamond and shifting positions all the time. It's very comfortable to be in the diamond, but being the 5th wheel under the diamond, so to speak, is really exhausting. So everyone is really trying to get the position in the diamond. And now, over this portage, we will see real competition to get a break.
Girl in the lead here. And then we have Hannah Stobeck on her right-hand side. Ava Driscoll is in on the A-wash, the V-wash. And then one of the English girls then on the left-hand side of that group as you were paddling.
Greta Röser, actually. And I think Ella Richter is there as well. Yeah. So it's Ella Richter on the far left hand side, and then it's Greta Röser and Sofia Serafin, number 16 there, and Denmark, Hannah Andersen, and Ireland with Eva Driscoll. And now we'll see, they are lining up now. It's very important for them to get a good position into the pontoon, but it's big pontoons here. It's very fair conditions, well organized.
Yeah, plenty of room for everyone. There should be no problems. It's quite a long portage. I think it's maybe longer than 100 meters. So it certainly will suit those who can actually run well with a boat. You have to, of course, be quick in and out of your boat, but this one also you need to be
it's very easy
good runner.
To lose ground, to do mistakes in a portage, so it's much better to play cool and avoid risks. It's hard to gain anything over the portage, any real advantage, but it's very easy to lose ground doing any mistakes. Lining up side by side, but it is Hungary, Sofia, that is dominating this. Seems like she's doing exactly what she wants.
Go to the front when it's important, and I don't think she's been on the wash
Hanna
much
is
either.
doing well there, choosing the other side of the pontoon. Hanna Andersson from Denmark. The first portage here now. Hanna and Sofia out of their boats properly. Ella Richter as well, and it's these three, while the two Brits, Ireland and Great Britain, was struggling a little bit. Well together over the portage. It's Sofia, it's Ella Richter, and it's Hanna Andersson.
A split in the group here. I think Ava is struggling a little bit on the run. The English girl, Rosa, is maybe coming back up to the bunch a bit, but
into the boats again, choosing the far end of the pontoon, which is good. You can see they gained a little bit there because they could start paddling immediately. Ella Richter is very eager to close this gap, as is Greta Röscher.
over the portage.
Second big group is Portugal in the lead of that. The German Sommer.
And the second Hungarian is just coming up to that to make another bunch of four.
And the top group seems to be down to 4 now. Ebba Driscoll has a couple of bows lengths to catch, when Ella Richter is taking over the leading position. A little bit strange there. We'll see if, the Brit is, Greta Röscher is moving into, or is it the Danish girl moving into the diamond wash? I think so.
Hannah Stobik there, who I like to see that, you know, she was aware, she saw that there was a smur hole available, and she moved around the back.
Yeah, and she did it skillfully.
Absolutely.
It's easy to make a mistake and lose some ground doing that maneuver. You need to have your bow just a couple of centimeters behind the boat in front of you. If you lose only 50 centimeters or so, you fell off the watch, and it's really hard. A couple of hard strokes and maneuvering with precision is what it is all about, to do such a thing. And now she's there in a very, very good position. You can see how she can relax there. And it's good to be there, especially in the headwind in these conditions. Ella Richter, powerful strokes. A very good long distance paddler, Ella Richter.
legs well there. She really has a powerful stroke.
Yes.
Yeah. Ava to be in there as well, because if she really puts in everything to get back to the bunch, when you get there, you can't really get into a nice position afterwards. So
Exactly.
yeah,
It's no room left for her.
yeah. But she's gone out wide. Yeah, she's she looks like she's catching a little bit on the outside. It's great to see.
She is decisive, trying to avoid these washes, and she's trying now, I think, to catch the V wash from the flying four in front of her. You can see here on the image how the V wash is going out there, and now she can catch this wash and follow it back to the group. I think that's what she's after.
On the
Hungarian.
and there, the bunch is reacting. They don't want to be caught, of course.
Yeah. But Ella seems to be eager to. No, it's Hungary now, taking over the lead. Good maneuver there from Ella, falling back to the diamond wash, exactly the way you should do. These girls could help each other now in this diamond, taking a turn.
Rotation going where each person will do 2 or 3 minutes and then take their turn in the A-wash, and they know then that maybe until the last 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers, then they'll start to race among themselves again.
But Ebba is still riding this V-wash. If these girls would move to a little bit closer to the bank, it won't be possible for her to do that anymore. But then they lose some ground, so they won't. And it's no flow of this water. It's lake.
It's part of the Gudno system, but I think the main river course runs on just at the bottom turn there. If you go through the bridge, then you're back onto the main Gudno river itself. So this lake has no flow in it itself, and it's an ideal venue for this type of paddling. We've done I think the Nordic Championships were held here 2 or 3 years ago, and then we had the Danish National Championships were held here last year. So there's plenty of experience of running on this course, but I think they've done an excellent job with the setup here. Really, really impressive.
Absolutely, high ambition and very good organization, with Lars Damgaard and his team organizing. Over 100 volunteers is working on the event, and a very, very positive and familiar atmosphere here, as it always is when we are racing in Denmark. Belgium got some applauses because she fell in on the first couple of 100 meters, get back into her boat and will finish the race. Back to the C1s, and it's Ukraine. Anastasia Desishka in the lead.
She dropped off again, or is she just out of picture? It'll be interesting to see now as they're coming to their first portage soon. So maybe it was a case of the Ukrainian girl, Desitska, having seen her coming up, and then she's reacted. There certainly seems to be a good gap between them now, maybe 60 or 70 meters at least.
Yeah, 74. So your eyes were quite precise. Every boat has a GPS transmitter on board, helping us keeping track of the paddlers.
Side there, and Ava is still hanging in there. She's picked that wash now out wide on the left-hand side now, but yeah, how long can that be sustained is the question.
It's a tough position for her. And the girls in front keep on switching position, helping each other in a good way. Good marathon tactics. And all of them know that they don't have anything to gain to try to break this diamond now. They will continue this for as long as they can, but of course use any mistakes from the fellow competitors, especially over the portages, but also in the turns.
The four girls in the lead there look quite similar in terms of running speed over the portage, so yeah, it's difficult to see where they'll break maybe over the next couple of laps.
They are a little bit more than halfway into the race now, on lap number 3 out of 5 for the K1s, and lap 2 out of 3 for the C1s.
The portage there, Batka, but I think the gap is going to remain much the same as it was coming in.
"25 seconds. It's quite a gap.
Stefan, most of the sea boats had pumps in them as well. I wonder now with these sort of lap races, has that need to have a pump gone now, and maybe they just empty out the back?
Yes. I think it has changed a bit. They usually tip their boat upside down over the portage when running, and the water gets out. Construction of the boat is so the back end has some construction, so the water goes out, as you can see there.
Hungarian girl Batka there, and you can just see how narrow these boats are, and even with the experience they have, you can see it's wobbling all over the place. You really have to have good control of your center of gravity.
Absolutely so. Without the paddle, it's impossible. A very good technique. there, using the hips and the legs in a good way. You can see the arms are more or less stretched all the time, so the power is from the back and the legs.
The boy, how they twist the paddle outwards and they push the boat. So that's how they turn them.
And lean the boat outwards a little bit, and then it turn. Anna Gorinsky from Spain on the third position. And now the K1s into approaching this next portage, and it seems like the Swedish paddler Ella Richter is not anymore together with them. Something has happened to her. Now they are down to 3 in the top group. Maybe an accident at the upper turn.
It's strange, Stefan, isn't it? Because they look quite comfortable together. Because something happened off screen we didn't catch. It'd be nice to get a shot a little bit out wide to see where is she? Is she completely gone or just out of picture? Or
we don't have any cameras up there at the turn, the upper turn.
Be for Ava if she could close that, because at least if she could catch the group, she could get in on an A-wash and perhaps get a rest.
So it is Greta Röscher from Great Britain in the lead. It is Sofia Serafim from Hungary, and it is Denmark by Hannah Anderson that has the medal positions currently.
Comfortable the Dane on the wash there.
Absolutely. Relaxed paddling from her.
The Danish paddlers, they do a lot of practice of getting in and out of the boats, and if you remember last year in the women's under 23 race, we could see that Catherine Rask, she was getting away 10-15 meters every portage because she was able to just step into the boat and paddle away.
And such a maneuver is very risky if you haven't practiced hundreds and thousands of times, actually.
They're doing. I think this is something they really focus on. And let's see now Hannah as she gets in after the portage. She was good last time, and let's see, is it something she has as an advantage. It'll mean a lot in the last portage, of course.
And they are training that a lot, and they need to train also doing it from both sides of a pontoon to be flexible enough to use what is most appropriate. Tilde Nilsson, the second Swede. Ella Richter is not to be seen. Something has happened to her. She's not in the race anymore, as what we can see. Into the portage, very relaxed paddling from Sofia Serafin.
Giving plenty of room there for Hannah. She's not trying to keep her pushed out.
Sofia is running strongly, but also very relaxed.
Cheering loudly now for Hannah.
Yes, of course. And she got new drinking bags there.
Compared to the
Yeah, exactly
Hungarian.
the same position as the previous lap. Safe, very safe, but fast.
Yeah. To do.
Yeah.
Ava running well here. He realizes how far behind the Brit is because she's not really putting the hammer down.
No. Yes. Well done from Grete Röscher. It's good tactics to try to close the gap as soon as possible. Just make a decisive effort and be there and relax on the wash.
Difficult thing to gauge because, you know, if you work too hard, then you build up lactic acid and you're tired. But if you don't do it quick enough, then you're spending a lot of time on your own.
Back together.
Together on the portage here. Glenarova coming in here from Norwich Kayak Club in Britain. Quite an un-English name. Ella? This is Ella now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
okay.
Ella. She must have
maybe-
had an accident up there.
Maybe a
Probably taking
capsize.
swim.
Yeah.
Or something like that, or missing a boy or anything. Not giving up, and that's good. But lost 3 minutes or so to the group in front.
Shorter races, if you take a swim, that the time simply isn't there to catch up, even if you're a fast paddler.
Yeah, compared to the full marathons that we were doing previously. The full marathons were 42 kilometers back in times, 3 hours of racing, and then it was possible to catch up.
I think Australia even longer again, from what I heard. Someone just went.
92 in Brisbane, yes. And it was close to 48 kilometers.
Yeah.
In 35 centigrades of heat. Really tough. Quite a difference from here. It's half the temperature, or a little bit less, but quite fair good conditions here this morning. And the weather is getting better and better in this Scandinavian summer. So we expect summer warm weather over the weekend.
Wave in Europe over the last while, but we didn't see much of it here. I think we got one day where the temperature maybe went into the early 30s and then it was gone again. This is ideal. It's not too hot and not too windy.
Driscoll has now 200 meters or so to catch. I think this is done. This is the 3 medalists, and we will see them racing together like this over this long lap. But into this final portage, it will be a race. And then it's only the short lap to go to the finish. For the C1 women juniors, of course, and for the K1 they still have one full lap to go.
She's really pulling hard at the moment. I wonder, is she trying to do some damage that way? If she's worried about her sprint finish in comparison to the others, maybe she needs to try and tire them out. Lolika from Denmark coming in for her first portage now. So she's doing very, very well. It's coming in now. She unfortunately took a swim at the start of the race, so she's coming in now for her second portage.
Doing a decent race on her own. Top group of the girls still well together. This once again the British paddler that is taking the lead into the turn, increasing the speed. That's an appropriate way to do it when you're on the left-hand side and the turns are anti-clockwise.
going to get caught by the second bunch of K1s. And we see Dazitska, who's I think extended her lead again in the C1. So this will be her last portage when she comes in here, and then just 600 or 700 meters, I think, to the finish. It's quite a short last lap.
Yes, it is. So the final portage is approaching for Anastasia Desitska. Batka from Hungary on the second position. Very nice technique. You can see how she is working with her legs. It's the legs that give her the speed. Arms stretched, trying to use as little energy as possible by the upper part of the body, just holding the paddle, and create the speed by using the legs and the hips. Long, powerful strokes still from Hungary, and the difference to the shorter strokes from Anastasia Desitska is easy to see.
In third place, we have the Spanish girl Gorinsky, but she looks like she's been caught by Alina Brandt.
Yes.
Okay, so she left it late, the German girl. So these guys are going to have a battle over the last portage.
Absolutely so. Interesting. Will be a good fight for the bronze medal.
Is with the German who's caught up, whereas if you've been out in front and you probably were thinking your bronze medal is secure, and suddenly somebody comes up to you, your heart sinks.
She's trying to increase the speed slightly now. Anna Gorinsky from Spain. The final portage for Anastasia Desitska from Ukraine. Jogging nicely over the portage.
Running through the last portage with nobody to be seen behind you.
Exactly, like just playing everything safe and ensure no mistakes for the last 600 meters or so.
Literally has she knows she can't catch up in front, and she knows there's no one behind her, so Batka, hopefully she's happy with her silver medal.
Yeah, Batka Imola, probably her first international marathon, as far as I can see. And here is a different story. Here the game is on. For the bronze medal.
The distance. Who's leading in? They still have another portage to go after this one, so it's not a critical portage. C1. I think these guys are going to come into the portage effectively together.
Röser, Andersen and Serafin. They still have a full lap more to go, these K1s. And the last portage for the C1s, it is Anna Gorinsky that is once again increasing her lead over the portage, and it's Alina Burant that is trying to catch up. But I think Gorinsky is the fastest runner of them, and they really are going for the bronze medal now, all three of them. When we follow the K1 girls into the portage.
Ava's been caught. So two German girls.
And now only 300 meters from the finish is the winner of the C1 Women Juniors, Anastasia Deshitska. Finishing girl now, come on. Yes, the first gold medalist for this European Championships is Anastasia Deshitska. Anastasia Deshitska from Ukraine, winning the gold medal in K1 women, C1 Women Juniors. Anastasia Deshitska, Ukraine. An amazing race from her.
Yeah. Following
the great Ukrainian tradition in C1 paddling with her teammate Babak, who have been winning so many races over the years. And now she's following in her footsteps, winning this junior C1 women race. And second position is Imola Batka from Hungary. Imola Batka finishing on a silver position in C1 Women Juniors.
Anna Gorinsky has managed to stay in front, and she looks like she's going to get her bronze medal. But I'm sure that wasn't fun for her when she saw herself being caught from behind. Holds on for the bronze medal in the junior girls C1 category, and just behind her is Elena Durant from Germany. For sure. Still together, we have Hannah Stobæk Andersen from Denmark just taking up the lead ahead of Hungary and the English girl, Roser. So now she's looks like she's taking it up with some intent here. Lap now. You can really see pressure the Danish girl put on there. Girl back in front again, and all three of these girls look equally strong. It's hard to pick a winner.
Yes, and as we have seen many times approaching the turn, Greta Röscher take over the lead, an appropriate tactic when you're on the left-hand side in an anti-clockwise turn, trying to do that.
Look equally strong. It's really difficult to pick a winner out of them. English girl rower at the moment really working hard, but now the Hungarian girl going through. That's Sarah Finn.
Det kan vi godt nå, inden at vi får den sidste og spændende afgørende overbæring for Hanna Storpæk og den engelske og ungarske pige.
Anastasia, what a race. Congratulations. Is this your first international victory?
Yes.
Congratulations, you did very well. When did you understand that you should win?
Nice.
So already halfway in the race, you understood you should win this.
Yes.
Congratulations! It was a marvelous race. Applaud. And Imola, what a race!
I was very tired, but I think it was good.
It was very, very, very good. Is this your first international marathon?
Yes.
And the first international marathon is a silver medal. And will it be more in the coming years? Of course it will. Of course it will. Big congratulations to a very good silver medal.
Thank you.
Applause. The medalists.
Ja, vi altså en fin interview her med pigerne.
7. We see the 3 girls now up the top turn and they're still together. Greta Roser leading at the moment, I'd say with about 2,000 meters to the last portage. Hungarian girl Sarah Finn just sitting on her wash. She looks very comfortable, but as does Hanna Stobæk Andersen from Denmark.
After these interviews, where are we in this K1 race? It's still Rösser and Serafin and Andersen. And a minute or so behind them, Sommer, Fink and Vig. And Vig, the Hungarian, is approaching.
The start of the race, so she's come up well.
Yes, she had an accident in that crash that made the Belgian girl fall in and were behind the others. And now she's up there on the top 6. Vivian Vig.
I expect now that Serafin will probably take the lead coming into the portage. I think she probably looks the strongest with the top speed, but
yeah, she have been paddling really relaxed all race through. But that has also Hannah. Side by side, and the race is on now. I think so,
slightly.
yeah.
So we see, did they pick the same sides on the portage they did last time? I think the English girl went to the left and the Hungarian and the Dane went to the right.
And it's important for them to learn to do portages at the same speed at both sides of a pontoon, to be able to have the flexibility in such a race to choose the most appropriate way. Comes down to lots of training to do that quick and safe.
A bit out there, Stefan. On
Some
the
boat
picture.
waves, I think. Is it boats on this
I
lake?
haven't seen any, but that will certainly make it tricky.
Yeah, this is definitely boat waves. Wow.
These, but
it's part of the game. As long as it is not in the finish line, it doesn't matter much. I think Hannah looks really relaxed. Very good technique and stability in her paddling. Second group, Sommer, Vig and Fink. Fink, who had a silver medal at the World Cup in Prague. Wonderful technique from Serafin. Watch her using her hips and legs in a very, very good way. into the portage now. The final portage for the K1 Women Juniors. And Anderson and Seraphim, each side of the pontoon, with Seraphim that is out of her boat fastest as expected, and as we have seen the previous portages as well. It's Hungary, it's Sofia Seraphim in the lead. Sofia Seraphim that is running really fast and very relaxed over this portage. Hannah Anderson as well, but the gap increases. The gap increases, and now into the decisive jump in on the far end of the portage. Seraphim in the lead, Hannah Anderson on the second position. Seraphim is safely into the boat now. Struggle a little bit out from the pontoon, and that made Hannah Anderson to catch up.
And I think it's down to a 2-horse race now.
It is. It is down to two persons now.
Two meters or 3 meters to close, and that can be difficult.
Seraphim is going full speed now, full speed ahead, and she has 2 bows lengths or so, but Anderson has not given up, not at all. Into the last final turn, with Seraphim in the lead. Sofia Seraphim from Hungary. Second group of their final portage. Into the turn. Seraphim.
Marion is in control.
She is, yes. But it ain't over yet. Full control, Sofia Seraphim. Just the 400 meters more to go. Of her 19-kilometer race.
Hannah is trying. She's giving everything she got, but yeah, I don't think the Hungarian has even gone into top gear yet.
She's in full control there, and I think the gap is increasing now. And now she's going. Now we can see how she increases the speed without going full speed yet. Long, powerful strokes. And Hannah is doing everything she can now. Fighting her tired body. But I think she's pleased with the silver medal as well. So coming up here, just another 100 meters to go, and the gap is increasing now. It's over. It will be Hungary. Hungary, Sofia Seraphim, that is winning this K1 Women Junior race in a very impressive way, and very impressive also from Hannah Anderson from Denmark, who taking the silver medal. Gold to Hungary by Sofia Seraphim, and silver to Hannah Anderson from Holstebro, Denmark. And the bronze to Great Britain by Greta Rocher.
Both girls seem very happy. Up to take the 4th place. And she's followed by Vivian V, who got caught up at the start and came through the field really well. Curtis. For a 7th place. I think she paid the price for working hard to try and get back into the medals, and maybe a little disappointed with the performance in the end, but she raced with everything she could.
Sofia, what a race. Congratulations.
It was very hard, but I am happy because my dream came true, and I am satisfied. To tell the truth, I come to win, so I am definitely happy, and thank you to my coach to support me. So I thank you, and the weather is very perfect for me, and Denmark is so beautiful country.
It was an impressive race. What was your tactics? How did you plan your race?
I plan very good, and I am happy. So.
So, congratulations once again to the gold medalist K1 Women Junior. Applause!
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hannah, Holstebro, and Denmark. Congratulations to a good silver medal this morning.
Thank you.
So, how did you plan your race?
I tried to come good with in the start, but my start was not so good. But I catch up because I got her waist. What is it called? Wash. Yeah, I'm so happy.
Yeah, you should be. Is this your first international marathon?
Yeah, I went to the World Cup in Prague earlier this year, where I ended 4. And I believe that I could have done it better, so I showed I could here, and that's just amazing.
And you definitely did. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the bronze medalist to you. From which club are you in Great Britain?
Waycart Club.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
So, how did you plan your race?
To be honest, it's the first K1 International I've done, so I have no idea what to expect. I was trying to get onto the front wash and had a bit of a mess up at the start, was just trying to pick my way back up onto it. But yeah, we'll get it eventually.
Yeah, it seems that you were quite comfortable, four of you, when the Swedish LR were with you. What happened down there? We didn't have any camera there, so explain.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Suddenly you were just down to three, and then it was gold, silver, and bronze race. And how was your tactics at that moment?
Trying to work together to keep off the other group, I think, was the main thing. But
So you did work together?
yeah, we tried to equal the sort of leads, and yeah, thank you.
So you took turns equally over the race, and then just went for it at the last portage.
Yeah. These guys had a really quick portage. Hold on. But
Thanks a lot. Congratulations, girl. Amazing race.
Ja, og så vil jeg sige, jeg tror, Hanna skal hjem og se starten igen. Hun tog faktisk starten.
Yes, and that was the end of this morning races. Two really good races, actually. We saw a fair and decent race for the C1 Women Juniors, won by Ukraine, Anastasia Deshitska, and a very, very exciting K1 Women Junior race won by Hungary, Sofia Serafin, with Denmark, Hannah Anderson from Holstebro on second position. Now the next start is 11:45, K1 men. K1 men short race, actually, and that is senior category. So 11:45 we will see the K1 men short race, 3.4 kilometers, 2 heats. The first heat 11:45 and the second heat 12:15. So welcome back within 12 minutes or so, and in the meantime enjoy the good conditions that you can see on the screen. Thanks a lot.
Então já tem, né? Já aí resultados? Já virou? Quando ela corta a noite, tu ficavas a correr e a logo fechar? Quando terminar já. Pronto, mas por exemplo, acabou a 2, não é? Certo. E o Santana faz terminar a corrida e eu sei logo. Sim, sei logo. Pronto, ok, então está bem. Não há problema. Santana, tens que. Santana e Nelson, tens que terminar a corrida quando a última passa, por exemplo, nesta tem 2. Não é? A segunda segunda que acabou. Sim, eles terminam as extras, que é para eu receber o cheio. Sim, isso é o que está para ensinar. Também quando tu para o Rui também só consegue mostrar os resultados quando vais a regar. É que senão estou a mostrar os resultados sem ter os parciais e depois com ter os parciais. Mas também só fechas quando a última passa. Esse tipo de jogos, olha lá o que
close to me. It's too much. I can't help myself. I always find it harder to breathe. Now you stay close to me. It's too much. I can't help myself. I always
To ship official in position.
Tá na segunda, eu acho que tá na segunda. O Romário na primeira e está no segundo aí, tá? Não está olhando. Melhor para falar, melhor. Nada. Ah, vai ser agora.
Welcome back to the European Canoe Marathon Championships from Silkeborg in Denmark. We experienced a very interesting morning, a little bit chilly and a little bit more windy than it is now. The good weather is approaching as it should over such a long competition, 4 days. This afternoon or this midday, we will experience the K1 men short race heats. We have 2 heats, and we expect some very, very interesting racing when these heats is on the course within a couple of minutes.
Entries there on the screen. Yeah, okay, they've split it up into 2.
Cup in Prague in June, where he crashed his boat and had quite a bad weekend, finishing 18th actually at the short course. But I spoke to his team leader this morning, and he said Christian is really up for it here today. So he will definitely be among the top guys there at the first heat that starts within a couple of minutes. Another interesting start there is Ronan Foley.
He's been training over here in Silkeborg. He made the move over here in Christmas time, and I think his training's been going really well. So Ronan has some good speed, so we expect him to be up at the front here as well.
Yes, and we remember him from the Europeans in Metkovic 2018 in Croatia, when he finished first at the juniors short race, coming from nowhere, and just went for it and won that race. So and now familiar to the Silkeborg lake, we will see him here, and we can expect a lot from Ronan Foley, Ireland, number 35. And then of course in the same heat, Mats Pedersen.
Superstar. I think this first race will be quite easy for him, just a warm-up. He just make sure he stays out of trouble, and shouldn't be any challenge for him, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, we first saw him winning back in the senior category in China 2019 at the World Championships there, where he won both under 23 and the senior category as the first paddler ever. This year he won the short race in the World Cup, and also in the World Games in Alabama a couple of weeks ago in extreme heat. Here is a little bit more chilly, but he likes rough conditions. It's not that rough now, but it is a little bit wind.
Yeah, a little bit. I think these conditions will really suit Mats. I think one of the other big names to look at there on the list is Edwin Vold, one of the 2 Vold brothers that are racing in this short track event.
Yes,
they're both in different heats.
Yes, and he finished in the World Games in Alabama in the US. He finished 4th, so he will also be among the top guys there.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, down the bottom of the list, we have Jeremy Candy. Maybe not known for his results in K1, but he's a double world champion in K2 in the long distance. So it'll certainly give him some confidence, and we'd expect him to be up the front as well. United Kingdom from GB. He's also a very good paddler. We've seen him doing very well in recent years in under 23. He's some good speed. So I think these shorter events will also suit him. Yeah, we've seen him for a number of years now as well in the more usually in the long distances, but he's often up the front at the start, so he also has some good speed, so I think he's another man to look for.
Definitely. These guys are doing 3.4 kilometers. It is 3 small laps, and 2 portages. And these small laps is about 1.1, 1.2 kilometers each lap. Lining up now.
You see Ronan Foley in the green vest, and to his right hand side, I think it's Alfredo Faria. For Klaus Gebhardt. I'm not sure if you've come across him before, Stefan. Don't know so much about him.
We have seen him on the courses. He finished 14 at a long distance at the Prague World Cup in June this year.
Side of your screen, of course, is the superstar Masbrand Pedersen. Everyone will be looking to him for some great results this weekend. Directly through to the final, and then I think the best 2 times from
best
the 2.
8 times. Actually.
Best 8 times. Okay.
So it's definitely a race also for the guys that are not among the top 6. Off they are, and it's Ronan Foley, I think, that is taking the lead out from the starting grids. Masbrand Pedersen, of course. And Ole Petrov from Ukraine is also, he's quite unknown to us. We haven't seen him on the marathon courses before. But this is, yes. And this is the benefit of the short distances. Is also normal sprint paddlers could participate and do well.
And goes on the portages because they tend to come from a sprint background, so you expect them to have the top speed, but it's negotiating the washes and the portages where there's a challenge.
Pedersen, and also James Russell, as you said. It's the 3 of them.
Wash.
Yes. Where is Christian Matti?
There with the red hat.
Yeah, it is.
So we'll expect to see him maybe try and push up into a leading position.
Masbrand Pedersen, very relaxed, controlling this now. Eager to be first into this coming turn. A difficult position for Christian Matti there on the inner side. He need to do something. See if he will try to move. He doesn't. Watch Mats now, leaving good room for everyone. Very, very fair. Yes, yes.
When the wash is back.
Yeah. It's okay to be on the wash of the leading guy on in a turn, but on the inside. But being on the third wash, the second wash is difficult. So Christian had to fall back a bit and dropped off quite substantially in that move.
Trying to push up outside James Russell, see can he get a better position, but James has moved out and said no, I'm staying where I am, thanks.
And then Mats is taking over. He seems very relaxed actually.
And this time he pushes his way up into the front.
And Russell needs to go down on the diamond wash.
And Christian Matti, I don't think Edwin Vold likes to sit on the washes far back. We've seen that before when he raced K2 in South Africa with his brother. And for the first hour of the race, he would not take an A-wash. So I think his tactics are clear. He likes to stay on the good washes up the front, and he'll do that until he dies.
Taking over now, Edwin Vold, number 40.
Smartly here, he's moving around nicely on the front washes.
Yes.
He hasn't got put into a bad position as yet.
Jeremy Candy for the first time in the lead. Experienced French marathon paddler. Moving. Jeremy Candy on the outside there, and then Eivind Wold. Mats Brandt Pedersen resting a bit.
Has also moved up into the lead as well on the outside. So now Ronan is he's not in a prime position now, so let's see what he can do. Can he get himself back up?
Matt's perfectly positioned there now, resting.
Yeah, he's so comfortable. The good thing is, they've 6 away now. I can't quite see behind us, but if it is just 6 away, maybe these guys can just relax a small bit and know they'd have a place in the final.
Just a turn and then 100 meters or so to 150 meters to the portage.
One of these top guys is to not do too much on the first race, because they'll have another race later on this evening, and of course most of them have long races for the rest of the week. So
watch Mats there, perfectly done. Staying on the diamond wash and controlling from there. Well done.
Is back, as you said, Stefan. You were talking to the Hungarian team, and he's in good form. So let's see, will he move up on the portage?
Faria doing well.
We're normally used to seeing him in K1, and this year I see he's actually in the K2 race with Miguel Rodriguez, I think, on Sunday. So that will be interesting to see him in a K2.
Approaching the portage, and then it's Faria, it's Candy, and Mats. Oh, very well done from Mats Pedersen there, passing on the outside and then getting himself a good position. I mean, these guys just need to be among the top 6, so it's
deciding really he wants to win this or something, but
really eager.
Questionable tactics, but
yeah. Very good. Well done from both Mats and Eivind. Norway and Denmark. Oh, watch Eivind there. He's really going fast, and Mats is riding the wash perfectly well.
Yeah, he really seems to want to make a little break.
I think he wants to make sure that he's among the top, and then he will slow down. And yeah.
Edwin Volt, even he always has a grimace on his face, so maybe it's a tactic, to always look like you're in trouble.
He's always eager to be in front and be among the top guys. He's a fighter, a real fighter, Eivind Wold. Jeremy Candy. I think these 3 can help each other now. The second group of 3, ensuring
they need to be a bit careful now, because of course Christian Mate will see these 3 guys as the slightly weaker group, and maybe push on to catch them.
Christian Mate, that usually has his strength on the longer distances, the real long distances. Remembering so many K2 races with Adrian Boros as well.
From Germany, He's in 7th place, I think, is it? Or 8th place?
Jeremy Candy in the lead now.
He looks like he's at least keeping the distance with the front guys, if not catching them a little bit. So he wants to make sure of his place in the final as well. We could have heart rate monitors or something, and we could get the reading of what heart rate these guys are working at. I'm sure you'd see that Mats is maybe over 100, but probably not.
Yeah, usually the top guys can do the high speed without any extra effort.
On the A-Wash, that's really impressive. That's the best I've seen him in a while now. Obviously this training over in Silkeborg is paying off for him.
Yeah, Silkeborg have become a center for marathoners to go to train and become good. A European center. There are others out there in the world. South Africa has 1 or 2, and some other places. But definitely Silkeborg. Matt's just relaxing. They know all these 5 guys in the top group will make the final.
And Gerhardt, they can't really relax because, you know, you want to make the fast times, you want to make sure of your place, you can't really slow down too much.
And the next heat is also lots of good paddlers, so the top 8 times will be quite unpredictable between the heats, I think. Mats perfectly positioned on the outside of the leading Candy.
Comfortable. I mean, Mass especially relaxed there.
Yeah. Eivind really want to keep the pole position into this portage. Eivind Wold, that was 4th on the short distance in the World Games just a couple of weeks ago when Mats won.
And it's Jeremy Candy up first.
Perfect portage from Mats Peterson.
He's so quick in and out of the boat. The only one I think actually you can really match Mass is
running with his smile.
is Balboa, who seems to be able to just jump into his boat and.
Mats as well. Wow!
Steps in and away. It's incredible. Yeah.
No stop. Watch this. He gained 15 meters on that. Absolutely amazing. What a portage.
Unbelievable.
That's the way to do it. Not stopping, moving forward all the time. And Mats has trained that into perfectionism. Takes a lot of training to do that without any risk. Just look comfortable doing it. And this pays off, especially in these short distances.
For Mass here, you know, make sure he feels good. He's under absolutely no pressure in this race, as we expected.
It will be really hard to beat this over this weekend, I think.
We wouldn't have been far off picking this. Perhaps Christian Madej we would have expected to be up, but other than that, I think the guys you would have expected to be at the front were at the front.
The speed have slowed down among these guys. It's just the heats. It doesn't matter much. Just need to be among the top 6. Looks like a nice little warm-up session for Mats. Warm up for the finals that will come up this afternoon.
So easy for Mats, but of course in the back of his mind he probably worries as well that something could go wrong. Someone knocks him in on a portage or hits his paddle. It's not stress-free, a race like this for
Absolutely
him.
not.
I'm sure he has some relief to get over the line here happily, and he gives a smile to the crowd there. Event, and yeah, a real nice guy. I've met him a few times, and a good man to represent Denmark.
Yeah. 15:59 was the best 7th position in this race. $16.21 is another to watch. Trying to figure out the best 8 times. Yes. It's 24. Yes, yes. Only 4 people eliminated, should be eliminated. So, a nice little morning paddle from Mats Brandt Petersen, winning this heat quite comfortable, due to excellent portage technique actually. He created a gap for himself by jumping into the boat smoothly, without any risk. He has taken this portaging to another level, I think. Not many paddlers can do that free of risk, jumping in and just paddle away. Takes a lot of effort, a lot of training.
That's right, and of course you can also practice it when you're not feeling very tired and everything is going okay, but in a race situation when your body isn't quite as fresh as in practice, you really need to make a risk assessment whether it's worth the jump into the boat. Even if you can do it, because sometimes maybe it's just the steady approach, if you're clear, is a better option. Petrov, who we saw right up at the start, probably comes from a sprint background, and Yeah, maybe the portages and the manoeuvring around the washes didn't suit him quite so well. But let's see how he gets on with his time, whether it'll get him through or not.
The next heat is coming up 12:15. So welcome back within 10 minutes or so to that heat. Enjoy a nice cup of coffee or something like that in the meantime. See you back then.
3.6 e nós temos 3.4. Aqui. E ele é que chegou 3.6 agora. Foi 3.4 é o que nós temos no oficial. E agora uma fazia 3.4, os outros faziam 3.6. Manda-lhe uma outra vez com as datas, e já que eu estou tendo uma data de datas. Ele está a fazer um pouquinho lá. Eu não mando assim. Logo seguindo no mesmo dia, manda um mail a dizer as datas. Não tens de mandar esse cara? Deixa-me ver o que é que eu tenho, também já fica uma coisa, deixa eu falar mesmo lá. Already presets? Yeah. Já que eu vou tomar data para levar? Já. Então era por causa disso que não tínhamos os cliques lá. Então não vai ter nenhuma coisa. Diga. Lá passada.
Welcome back. Now it's just a couple of minutes to the second heat of the men's K1 short distance heat. On the start list, number 58, Emil Torstensson, Sweden, is actually the Swedish team manager, but jumps in here to replace Anton Andersson, a Swedish paddler that couldn't participate due to sickness. But we have other very, very interesting names in this heat. Quite experienced paddlers, actually.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ones that jumps out for me, and maybe a bit of a dark horse, he's 44 years old now, and Walter Buzan from Spain. Double world champion in K2 many years ago. I think it was back in Spain, and the one before Italy, and he's been paddling really well. So I'm quite curious to see how he can go.
Exactly. It was 2010, I think, in Banyoles in Spain in the World Championships. Rome 2012, yes. And then another experience is the Portuguese José Ramalho, who actually was second at the World Games after Mats Brandt Petersen. He has number 56. He's also over 40 years old actually. And then number 53, Ivan Alonso from Spain, 36 years old. So these three very experienced paddlers meet with a little bit more normal aged Adrian Boros from Hungary, also a very, very skillful paddler with a lot of medals from European and World Championships. And Stéphane Boulanger from France, number 55, also him really good.
He's been on the circuit for a long time, and last year he got his first World Championship medals when he got a bronze medal in both the K1 and K2 on the long course. So we'll expect him to be in good form. The second of the Vold brothers, he was a world champion under 23 in Portugal, I think it was, in 2018. So we'll also expect to see him up at the front.
And Matthew Johnson from Great Britain, number 51. We'll see how he's doing.
Good paddler. It's one of two brothers, I believe, and I think the British have such a history of wash hanging and marathon paddling that I expect that he'd be well used to the douse here and get up the front. Again, we've another second Ukrainian, Ryabov. We saw in the last heat that the Ukrainian was very quick off the start and then maybe struggled a little bit in the second part of the race. So let's see how his compatriot is.
And it is the top 6 that goes directly to the finals, and then the top 8 best times.
Traditional baseball cap on backwards on his head. It's a luminous yellow, so he'll be easy to pick out. And to his right hand side is Stéphane Boulanger. Johnson, I think, who's got off to a flyer of a start there.
And Boros, as always, a slow starter.
Line. We'll expect to see him pull back up though during the race.
Boulanger, and it's Ramalho, and it's Johnson. Boulanger, Ramalho, Johnson, and on the right hand side there, it is John Vold.
Leading in the middle.
Yes, and Alonso very relaxed on his watch.
Where did he come from? He that's actually Walter Buzan, the second Spanish guy. It's hard to pick out the difference. Look at that. He's a tactical master.
It is Ivan Alonso, yeah. Both the Spaniards within the top 6 now.
The Swedish team manager that's pulling up on the A-Wash.
It is. Emil Torstensson.
Fantastic.
Done a lot of fitness training this year, not so much paddling, but good enough to be among these guys now.
Ramalho will be hoping to get in top form this year. He's 40 years of age now, so I would suggest coming to the end of his career, perhaps. But with the World Championships later on in Portugal, he'll certainly want to be...
It's David Krueger, the Swedish guy there, David Krueger. David Krueger paddling for Örnsberg in Stockholm. His name tells he's not originally Swedish. He comes from South Africa and got his paddling education and training, basic training in South Africa, but is now living in Sweden, paddling for Sweden. David Krueger, a skilled paddler.
In South Africa, Stefan? I'll tell you, there's a surprise. Look at the back there. Adrian Boros is, he was quite a bit off the pace. You know, he's a slow starter, but it's a little risky on these shorter races.
It is. Ramalho, Alonso, Vold, Johnson, and Busan.
And paddles. If you want to look for a lesson in technique, he's absolutely fantastic to look at. John Vold is saying no to him.
Yeah. Full speed ahead now. A really quick first lap in this heat. That will pay off, probably for the best 8 times as well.
You know, if you're one of the guys at the front like Romaglio, who, odds on are he's going to qualify, you know, you wonder, does it make sense to use too much energy on this first heat?
Where is Busan now? Falling, yeah.
On the second
He
day.
switched side totally, going back to the end of the group and then moving into this wash. It takes some skills to do that. Romaglio eager to keep the pole position into the first portage, I think, at least to this turning point.
Walter Buzan is one of the highest cruising speeds we've seen as paddlers. He could just go and go. A few years ago he actually broke his paddle in the middle of the European Championships. I think it was the European Championships, and they waited and got a paddle and then caught back up and took a silver medal. So he can really tip along. A descent 8 times in a row with Alvaro Fusa, and then they stopped in 2018, but the news has it that they'll be back this year to have another go, so that will be really interesting to see what they can do. And they will have Jeremy Candy and Quinton Urban to fight with on the Sella this year as well.
Into the first portage. Now just 100 meters to go.
Well, on the A-wash there. Fleur is starting to bring the other 2 guys up. Certainly Boris will expect to get back to the front at some stage.
Oh, close to dropping his boat. Romaglio, Alonso, Vold, Busan.
Romaglio are really having a go here.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit of one-upmanship to have some psychological advantage.
Boros doesn't look that comfortable. Romaglio, Alonso.
Having his boat a little bit askew there, but it's okay. He's away with the others, and the same 6 have got away together.
As expected, Romaglio wanted to add a pole position into this portage and then leaving room for Alonso. Hey man, do some work. Alonso had to do it. He's not a paddler that voluntarily do a lot of work. Alonso is one of the masters of wash hanging.
It must come with being called Ivan, I think.
Yeah.
So you expect to see the white nose of his boat pop into picture soon enough.
Boulanger. No.
very smart racer, and maybe he's taking a calculated risk that why burn too much energy to catch back up when there's not so many people eliminated anyway through these heats. So maybe he's taking a calculated risk just to stay where he is.
Yeah. But we haven't seen much of him this year. Been a little bit shaky. His form.
Really a guaranteed podium paddler or top four. And
absolutely.
I think maybe he got caught out by Mads Brand Pedersen over the last few years, where Mads has gone so hard at the front that he simply couldn't catch back up.
And now the speed isn't that high. Quite relaxed paddling now in this group. The top six feeling comfortable. Opens up a bit for Boros. But it's not Boros leading. Yeah. Marcel Puffler, that also has a good record back in time. Medals.
Two brothers and there's a cousin Puffler as well.
Yeah.
All have produced some good results in the past. Nine years now since his last World Championship, but he's still going and paddling really well. I think the last few years actually he's come up a level. So
absolutely.
Of course, it was a hard era to be trying to win World Championships the last 10 years when Hank McGregor was just so dominant in the sport. He was a very difficult man to beat.
Yeah, he was. Very nice around this turn. No incidents. It's seldom we see incidents in the senior categories. Everyone knows what to do, and everyone knows that to fight is not an option. It only is risking your own speed and your own position to fight too hard around the turns.
Bit of a tussle in here.
Yes.
And Volt, the two Volt brothers, they really have some high top speed. So they're guys to watch in the final. If they can get through the portage, the last portage in touch, they're in with a shot.
Watch Alonso now. Oh, we force Volt out. Very nicely done.
Sort of lost his boat a little bit.
Yeah. Second group, David Krueger, Adrian Boros, Puffler.
On gap, back to the next. Wash again is fantastic. Must be a standard British tactic.
Yeah.
Sit on the A-wash. Yeah.
Ivan tactic.
You don't love it, you better learn to love it. Yeah.
Já está a 3,50, já está a 3 minutos, já está a 3,60. Olha, está muito maior esta merda.
Here the wind has dropped. Perfect conditions for racing.
Absolutely. Temperature about 20 now. Top 4, nicely around the bend. Both Spaniards are looking backwards. Where are they? Where are the others? Do we need to do anything more than this? And they found they don't. David Krueger and Adrian Boros. And Poffler.
The rest of the field, I don't think we've even had number 10 around the boys yet. These row race boats, have you seen them before, Stefan, or? On the scene?
Yeah. Yes, the top 4 over the finish line, nice and easy. Ramalho, Alonso, Bouzan and Johnson. Qualified for the final. Followed by Boulanger and Volt. And then we'll see David Kruger's time, 15:51, 52. Yeah, he's 9 seconds before the 7th position in the previous heat. So I think he will be qualified together with Boros.
About 5 hours of to recover for the final, so they'll get into their dry clothes and get some lunch, maybe a massage or stretch out, and be ready to go again.
Yeah, the final is 17:30 this afternoon. $1,700 is the K1 women short race final. They don't have any heats. It is 20 entered, and the final could include just 20.
The next race, which will be men's junior C1, which is on at 25 to 3.
Yes, 14:35 is C1 Men Juniors long distance. So welcome back then. Enjoy the highlights that the television crew is producing in the meantime. So welcome back, 14:35 to wonderful Silkeborg to enjoy C1 Men Juniors, 19 kilometers.
Marcus, can you print out the total? Marcus is not it. I want you to print out the total list, Louis. Total list of all the results, the times and all
We don't have the total list. It's the 6 and then you have to pick the others.
Okay, so you can't do that. Okay.
We can overall. Understand that you don't have overall. But it's easy.
Yeah. But it's easy for me.
Não fazer produção automática, não é?
It is easy for me to. It doesn't matter. You can do it for the whole championship. Yeah, it's okay.
Pelo GPS tem um impacto. Os 3 gajos com impacto com 4 3 vezes 2 gajos. Os gajos com 16, 45 mas ainda passam o impacto.
close to me. It's too much. I can't help myself. Don't